Good evening and welcome to Brandon Valley Lynx basketball. My name is Ken McEwen. I am along with my color commentator, our color commentator, Bob Arnold, and I'll be bringing you our play-by-play this evening as the Watertown Arrows come in with a record of 3-2 on the season into Brandon here, and the Lynx are sitting at 2-2. The Lynx coming off a win on actually December 30th, so back last year, December 30th. We're already talking about the 2024, as the Lynx were battling against the Thunder Basin out of Wyoming in the Hoop City Classic, and the Lynx won 64-46. Their next game, and we'll talk about that. I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit, but Bob, welcome.
Thanks a lot, Ken. It's good to be here. So looking forward to a good game tonight. At least on paper, as we see it right now, it should be a very competitive matchup. Two evenly ranked teams as far as their records go. They've played about the same quality of opponents. So Brandon seems to have a little bit of a height advantage. So hopefully they can use that to their advantage tonight and put some points on the board.
Well, Bob, I expect, so it's week 18 in the NFL, right? Okay, yeah. That's what they say. And there's no Thursday night football game. Okay, so I expect our crowd on Lynx TV on YouTube and a channel, Alliance Channel 226, I expect about 30 to 40,000 people listening to this tonight or watching it. I mean, that's an expectation, isn't it?
I think that would be a very good number if we can see that tonight on Lynx TV.
Yeah. So the Arrows coming in.
But you know what, though? There's millions of potential that can get there. So that's
Absolutely.
Just a small percentage of those hundreds of millions of people that could get there to see us tonight.
Yeah, and share it on your Facebook pages, wherever you need to share it. We're live, and we're about to bring this basketball game to you as the Arrows come in and Double A. They are ranked the high school, South Dakota high school ranking right now. They're 7th, and Brandon Valley is looking to climb. They're in 10th right now in the Double A rankings that are out, and we know that changes every time. Lynx really need to protect their home court, right? If you want to start to get into a little bit of a streak here, coming off of that win against Wyoming last year, December 30th, and now we're in January 4th of 2024, Lynx kind of got to build on it, right? I wasn't privileged to watch that game, but it's a 64-46 game, okay, you took care of business, right? 18 points. And so build on that momentum, and there's no better way to build on momentum than your own home court.
Nope, that's exactly right. Josh Altoff had a nice game there against Thunder Basin. He had 15 points. Aiden Zur really stepped up. He was a double-digit scorer and double-digit rebounder that game. So the Lynx hopefully have found themselves a second scoring threat to go along with Altoff, take a little bit of pressure off of him. So, again, we just need to play good defense tonight. We need to rebound the basketball. We need to make some free throws. And then we let the chips where they fall on the outside shooting.
Absolutely. So we'll go over your starting lineups this evening, but first we want to bring you our Lynx TV sponsors. They are the reason we're able to bring this telecast to you, like I said, on Lynx TV on YouTube and on cable television, Alliance Channel 226. Go ahead, Bob.
All right, we've got our Lynx All-American sponsors, our Alliance Communications, Aspen Ridge, Coca-Cola Bottling and Chesterman Company, Midco Communications, Sanford Health, and Sioux Valley Energy. Our Lynx MVP sponsors are First Dakota National Bank, Rogers Plumbing and Heating, Sanford Health of Brandon, and Sanford Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. And the Lynx champion sponsors are Alliance Communications, American Family Insurance Josh Koob Agency, the Brandon Ace Hardware, Brandon Lumber Company, Heartland Funeral Home, Horizon Pet Care, Quick Star, Sunshine Foods, and today's Family Dentistry. Folks, these are the folks that make it possible for Ken and I to get to be up here on a Thursday night watching some great basketball right here in Brandon Valley.
Absolutely, and I missed the last game. I had other obligations I had to attend to, so I'm back, and I'm glad I'm back with you, Bob, as you and Mr. Putnam did a great job of calling that game, and I appreciate that, and we all appreciate what Lynx TV does for the community, but the sponsors, okay, are the reason we're able to do that, like Bob just said. So go out and support those sponsors. And how do you support them? You walk into their businesses and you support them, or you hire them, or whatever it may be, but go out and support them.
You know, I just hope that Mr. Putnam's back is okay.
Why is that?
Because he had to carry me for the entire broadcast.
No, Bob, you do a great job, and it's a pleasure that we're able to do this in girls basketball with Mr. Putnam and Kyle. I used to do ball games with Kyle also. They bring you the girls basketball game, so it's a pleasure to be able to do this on a Thursday evening. Tomorrow night, the girls basketball team will be live here also, so tune into them tomorrow night. Our next game will be on we'll talk about the Lynx next game, which is an away game at Brookings, actually tomorrow evening. And then the next home game that will be televised live will be a week from tomorrow. It will be January 12th on a Friday evening. Spearfish comes to town. And I think that may be a doubleheader, Bob, where the girls also play. So I think that's a doubleheader. So tune into that. We're going to bring you your starting lineups this evening. We'll kind of introduce the Watertown Arrows starting lineup. Number 4, he's a senior. That's going to be Dylan Rodon. Also number 5 in the backcourt is a senior also. That's going to be Caden and Beauchamp. Number 10 is going to be a senior also, and that's going to be Cohen Kranz. Number 15 is a senior, and he's 6'1". That's Marcus Raybine. And number 20 is going to be a senior also. So all 5 starters are seniors for the Watertown Arrows. That's going to be Jake Olson. Flipping the page over to your Lynx starting lineup, and they are coached by head coach of Craig Nelson. Number 2, he's a sophomore. That's going to be your point guard. That's going to be Briggs Knutson. At the 2 guard is going to be a 5'10" 2 guard. He's a senior. Number 4, Brady Wells. Junior, kind of you want to call him a small forward, maybe another guard in the lineup, but that's going to be Landon Delaney, number 5. He's a junior. He's the second leading scorer on the team, third leading scorer, as Bob will talk about Aiden Zur in just a moment, but Delaney averaging 7 points per game. Another junior, number 10, and Bob talked about in our pregame a little bit ago, Aiden Zur's really stepped up. He's averaging 8.5 points per game, and he's a 6'2 junior. And the man in the middle is going to be number 44. That's going to be Josh Altoff. He's going to be the senior center at 6'8", and he averages 15 points per game. That's your starting lineup for both teams.
You know, we talked early in the season, Ken, that we kind of know the biggest offensive threat that Brandon has is Josh Altoff in the middle. And we talked about the need to kind of build a secondary and a third-tier scorer to help him out. And Aiden Zur has really stepped up since the start of the year. He's now averaging about 8.5 points a game and just about 5 rebounds. And also Landon Delaney is averaging 7 points and 6 rebounds. So it is kind of scoring by committee. It's kind of rebounding by committee, but that's what good teams do. If one guy's off on a night, he gets picked up. But I noticed that they, from the first couple of games that we did this year, Briggs Knutson was not in the starting lineup, and I noticed that they're bringing him in to the starting lineup tonight, and they may have done that in the Thunder Basin, Wyoming game. But Knutson takes over the point guard role, which would allow Landon Delaney, I think, in my opinion, a more polished three-point threat, so he doesn't have to carry the ball handling duties. He can be ready in that shooting guard position to take those threes if he's getting a wide open look.
I agree 100%. So we're about to bring you our national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Activities Association for the enjoyment and educational benefit of high school students. Good sportsmanship is a vital component of high school athletics. The South Dakota High School Activities Association and our student athletes recognize that judgment calls, either by coaches, officials, or players themselves, are made in good faith and should be respected. We encourage you to support your team in a positive manner while pursuing victory with honor. Sportsmanship is all about respecting the game, each other, and yourselves. Please enjoy the game and support these student athletes while modeling good sportsmanship. This is a EST Conference boys basketball game that features our guests this evening, the Arrows from Watertown High School and our Brandon Valley Lynx. This first meet the Brandon Valley cheer team. JC Beltman, Sarah Johnson, Allie Pear, Elena Porter, Janae Rosted, Allie Swartz, Emily Smith, and Sierra Cheddar. Cheer coaches for the Lynx, head coach Diane Terpstra, and assisted by Hannah Gunther. Now let's meet the starting lineups for both teams introduced alternately. At one forward for the Arrows, number 15, 6'1" senior Marcus Rabine. At one forward for the Lynx, number 10, 6'2" junior Aiden Zur. At the other forward for the Arrows, number 20, 6'2" senior Jack Olson. At the other forward for Brandon Valley, number 5, 6'1" junior Landon Delaney. At center for the Arrows, number 5, 6'3" senior Caden Beauchamp. At center for the Lynx, number 44, 6'8" senior Josh Altoff. At one guard for the Arrows, number 10, 6' senior Cohen Kranz. At one guard for the Lynx, number 2, 5'8" sophomore Briggs Knudsen. At the other guard for the Arrows, number 4, 6' senior Dylan Rodon. At the other guard for Brandon Valley, number 4, 5'10" senior Brady Wells. The Arrows are coached by Pat McClemens, assisted by Maddie Krantz, Tom Mattingly, Zach Tobin, and Parker Smith. The Lynx are coached by Craig Nelson, assisted by Tim Sillianson, Jeff Kankow, Jan Skelton, Matt Bigelow, and Darian Smith. The officials for tonight's game, Chad Young, Jeff Henfler, and Mike Papama.
Black and white, they do a nice job of following the plays up and down the court, and we're just happy to be here as well.
We are happy to be here. So both teams coming out to the court and center court. That's going to be number 5 for the Arrows to jump against Althoff. That's going to be Beauchamp for the Arrows. Althoff wins the tip. Knutsen's going to be your point guard. As you can see left to right on your screen, he goes over the timeline, goes over to Delaney along with Zur. The kind of a 3-man weave with those 3 guards we talked about along with Wells. Delaney cross court over to Knutsen. Wells doesn't like the 3. Delaney's going to go right into Althoff. Looks at a cutting screen from Knutsen. Wells for 3 corner, good. That's a way to start this ball game. Wells 3 points, 3-0.
So you can tell that the Arrows are going to use the zone, 2-3 zone, to kind of combat the inside game, and you like it when the players are ready to take those 3-pointers on those skip passes.
100%, Bob, as the Arrows are going to force it in double teamed, and they're going to go out to one of their guards, number 15. That's going to be Rabine, and that 3 is good. So 3-3 ball game, 7 minutes to go in the first quarter, and we have 2 threes already. This is going to be an exciting night. As Knutsen, left-handed dribble, passes it off to Zur. Knutsen resets the offense over to Althoff. Althoff is double-teamed right away. Beautiful find from Althoff. Beautiful assist by him into Delaney, 5-3.
You know, that again, that's one of the positive reasons why you take Delaney off the ball handling duties. He's such a heady player that he knows to do the back cuts when they're trying to overplay.
As the Arrows are going to reset their offense, Delaney is guarding number 4. That's going to be Rawdon, and that drive is good with the left hand. Full court pressure from the Arrows as Knutsen and the Arrows settle it back defensively. Delaney now playing point guard for the Lynx, bringing it up the court. Gets a pick from Althoff. There is an errant throw by Delaney. First turnover. Points are good from number 5, Beauchamp. First lead for the Arrows. Delaney breaks a press. He's got 3-on-2. Arrows get back. Knutsen from 3, the top. Good. 2 for 2. Your Lynx from 3-point land.
You know, you just got to like it when they're ready to shoot that ball. But boy, they're going to need to make a concerted effort to get back.
Quick answer from Beauchamp. Beauchamp has 4 points now for the Arrows. Leading scorer right now for the Lynx is Knutsen along with Wells. Both have 3 points. Another turnover from the Lynx as the Arrows are going to reset on the left of your screen. Shot is up off the backboard and good from Rawdon. It is now a 3-point lead by the Arrows. Early timeout from Coach Nelson in the Lynx. It looks like it's going to be a 30-second timeout, so we will not bring you the Lynx TV sponsors right now. As Lynx, there's a lot of tempo going on right now, right? The Arrows, I think, are trying to take the inside game completely out of the realm for the Lynx, right? And they're pushing the ball constantly. Althoff is not going to get down the court as fast as 5 guards, right? And so that's kind of where their recipe, where they want to bring into this game. And we talked about the quickness is going to be a big deal tonight.
It is, and I think Coach Nelson might be wanting to address the lack of getting back on defense. You know, you can make some errors on the offensive end, but there's no excuse for not hustling down the court and getting in defensive position. I think that's what he wanted to talk about just a little bit.
Into the game for the Lynx is going to be Mahan, and Delaney goes to the bench early in the first quarter. Mahan, number 3, resets the offense over to Althoff. Trying to the focal point is Knutsen. Knutsen, good. off the screen from Althoff, and Knutson leading scorer for the Lynx, your point guard. That's Briggs Knutson. Arrows reset the offense. Turnover, first turnover from them. Mayen up, and it is slammed down in good from the left hand. Mock Mayen, his first points of the ball game, gives the Lynx the lead, 12-11.
You know, that was good defensive intensity the last time down the court for the Lynx. They were double teaming the ball.
Rodden with the rebound. Goes over to Rodden again. Left-handed dribble up, and it's swatted away. Great defense play by Althoff. Pushed up to Mayen. They go across court to Wells. He's got 1-3 in the game. Looks for the second. It's no good. Rebound Arrows. It's 12-11.
You know, that was not a bad shot. It just didn't happen to fall.
That three is good by number 14. Ingstrom comes into the ball game for the Arrows, and that three is good. And now the Arrows up by 2. Althoff swatted away by number 5, Beauchamp, but Althoff gets a rebound, his first 2 points of the ball game. It's tied.
You know, I like his aggressiveness. It got blocked. He was not hesitant, taking it back right to the hole and trying to force a foul.
And there's going to be the first foul, I believe, on Althoff. He's got 2 points of the ball game. Let's make sure who they call it on here. It's going to be Althoff's first, as number 10, Kranz, is going to the line. That's for the Arrows. First one is no good. And into the ball game is going to be number 20, Miller, along with Delaney and Anderson for the Lynx, along with Mayen and Zur right now for the Lynx. They're 5. As number 10, Kranz attempting his second free throw in the first free throws of this ball game. Second one is good. He's going to go to the bench, and number 2, that's going to be Torgerson, into the ball game for the Arrows. Full court pressure shown by the Arrows, and a smaller lineup, as you can see, for your Lynx. Breaks that press. That's going to be Zur. Zur looks into Anderson. He doesn't like it. He swings it up to Delaney. Delaney resets the offense over to Mayen. Mayen looking underneath to Anderson, out to Delaney. Delaney drives. Zur, baseline, it's up, no good. Rebound Arrows, and that's where we're at, 15-14 Arrows.
You know, they had a nice little rotation. Just missed a little short shot by Zur, but I like the way they're playing. They're figuring out what works and how to break the press.
Delaney, Miller, corner, no good. Now the Lynx right now 3 for 5 from three-point land, as the Arrows are going to reset the offense. 3 ball from the corner, no good. Mayen's there for the rebound. He's going to be fouled, though, by number 24. And that's going to be Bisker, the senior, for the Arrows. Their second team foul, or excuse me, their first team foul.
Yep.
Both teams at 1 team foul per, as the Lynx break the press again. They show press. The Arrows are showing press, but they kind of get out of it right away. There's a jump ball, and possession arrow is going to go to the Arrows. As good defense by number 20, Olson, on Anderson, forced that jump ball.
He's overplaying the passing lanes, and that's what they're doing. That's what they're trying to get the jump on. The Lynx got to take advantage of this by doing some backdoor cuts, doing some fake passing out and hitting them on the back door. That'll put them in an advantage on the offensive end.
Torgerson's going to be the point guard for the Arrows. He's guarded by Knutson. There you see on the left hand of your screen. They're going to swing it up to Beauchamp. That three's no good. It's good defensive play, though, by Kranz, as he saves it underneath off the leg of Mayen. Anderson, Zur, Delaney, Mayen, and Miller still in the game for your Lynx. Number 14 is going to be Ingstrom. They're going to reset the offense. Big pass over to number 12, number 10. That's going to be Kranz. That three is good. 18-14 Arrows. Delaney is going to reset the offense over to Mahan. They need to find something underneath right now from your Lynx. You can't settle for threes all night. Zur resets the offense. They want to go into Anderson. That double team does not come. It does come. Anderson up, and that's no good. Mahan with the rebound. Delaney looks for the three. Swings it over to Knutson. Knutson looking for his second three of the ball game. Miller. They kind of look the same, Bob, but Miller for his first three of the ball game. It's a 1-point game. Arrows answer right away.
You know, they got to close off that driving lane. They got to make them pass it out and make them settle for the three.
Under 1 minute to go in the first quarter. It's a 3-point game. Delaney's teardrop floater. Good. And I think we have a blocking foul real quick there on Zur. That's going to be his first foul. It's team foul number 2 on the Lynx. So right now we have a 1-point game, a lot of tempo happening in this ball game. Into the game right now is going to be Wells, Delaney, Miller just hit a 3, Anderson and Zur. They're playing a kind of a weave offense. That's going to be the Arrows. Number 20 is going to be Olson. They're looking inside. That's going to be number 5, Beauchamp. Beauchamp's going to be fouled, though, by Anderson. That's going to be Anderson's first foul. Team foul number 3 for the Lynx. That's going to put number 5, Beauchamp, to the line. The Lynx have not found the free throw line yet. This is the second opportunity for the Arrows from the free throw line. They do connect. That's Beauchamp on his first free throw.
You know, the Arrows, you got to give them credit. They're very patient. They're very methodical in what they do. They're very disciplined in how they run their offensive sets and how they run on the defensive end.
Both free throws are good from Beauchamp. It's a 3-point lead by the Arrows. 1-2-2 zone, as you can see, full court pressure from the Arrows. Lynx break it. Miller's got a 3 in the ball game. Zur up to Delaney. 17 seconds in the first quarter. They're going to hold for 1 shot in the first quarter. As you can't see on your screen, we can see the coaching staff. Delaney, one-on-one ball right now, looking for a screen. He puts it up. It's no good. Anderson there for the rebound. No, it's going to be Delaney, and that's going to do it for your first quarter, as we had a high tempo first quarter. Not a lot of inside play by anybody. 22-19, Watertown Arrows up on the Lynx.
You know, kind of just what we thought. 2 evenly matched teams, Ken. They're both doing fairly well on the offensive end, not doing a ton on the defensive end to be able to stop the either team. And so in the timeouts or the quarter huddles, the coaches will be, I'm sure, working up some different changes to the defense a bit to try to slow down their opponents.
So let's go over our Lynx TV sponsors again, as they are the reason we're able to do this evening.
All right, we've got Lynx All-American sponsors are Alliance Communications, Aspen Ridge, Coca-Cola Bottling and Chesterman Company, Midco Communications, Sanford Health, and Sioux Valley Energy. Our Lynx MVP sponsors are First Dakota National Bank, Rogers Plumbing and Heating, Sanford Health in Brandon, and Sanford Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. And our Lynx champion sponsors are Alliance Communications, American Family Insurance, Josh Koob Agency, Brandon Ace Hardware, Brandon Lumber Company, Heartland Funeral Home, Horizon Pet Care, Quick Star, Sunshine Food Stores, and Today's Family Dentistry. These are the businesses that we're asking you to go out and support as they let these games be possible and allow for Ken and I to broadcast them. To Zur, underneath the Olthoff's back in the game. He passes back out to Zur, and it's good for 3 for Aiden Zur.
Aiden Zur for 3. Sorry, folks, I had to. Hopefully all of you are listening. I got a text that we're kind of cutting out here maybe a little bit, so hopefully you are all listening right now. If you can't hear us, make sure that you can text us or message Facebook or however you're going to do it. But that's going to be Wells for 3.
Back-to-back threes, and the Lynx now have a 3-point lead. That's a good way to start the second quarter. Lynx are on defense. Cutting down the baseline. Althoff's there to cut it off. Back out to the top. Back to the corner, and the shot is up and is partially blocked. And we've got a foul on number 5, Caden Beauchamp. His first personal foul, and the first in the quarter on the Arrows.
Beauchamp with the foul, his first personal foul, like Bob said. 0 team fouls right now for the Lynx. So hopefully, like I said, everybody can hear us well. I hope. I know maybe Alliance is having some issues with Channel 226. If anybody else is watching on Alliance, if you can go ahead and text me. For the people that are watching an Alliance, that I know are watching Alliance, go ahead and text me. Tell me what you're hearing. Zur for 3. Good! Aiden Zur with his second 3 of the second quarter. Lynx up by 6 in their biggest lead of the ball game.
That is back-to-back-to-back threes.
2-3 zone from the Lynx on defense, as the Arrows are going to have to adjust to this. Their really focal point is keeping everybody outside in the middle protected off those drives, and that's a good call by the coaching staff. As there is a attempted rebound by Wells. He's going to be fouled by Beauchamp. Beauchamp's going to pick up his second foul. He has 6 points in the ball game right now for the Lynx, a leading scorer, and all coming in the second quarter is going to be 6 points from Aiden Zur. He's going to go to the bench. He's got 6 points. Knutson, Miller, Althoff, Wells, and Delaney on the court for the Lynx. Lynx up by 6.
Yeah, there's been some new offensive intensity for the Lynx, and you got to like it when the shooters are ready to shoot. If that's what they're going to give you, that's what you take.
Althoff. He's got 2 points in the ball game off a rebound. They go over to Miller, swing, and Miller connects. Miller with 5 points off the bench. It's now an 8-point lead.
What a great skip pass, and he knew that the defender was going to be closing out on him, so he drove it to the basket and put the pressure on the underneath defense, and he made a nice layup.
Olsen, even better defense from Miller. 14's going to be Engstrom. He connects. It's 6-point lead, as we've seen some great defense also by Miller there. He's really contributed early in this first half. Delaney dribbles his left hand, and they need to reset their offense. Miller's going to find the 3. He does not. Big rebound, though, by Wells. No, it's going to be rebounded by number 20, Olsen. As number 4, that's going to be Rod on their point guard. That's going to be the Arrows. From 3, Cornerland, no good. Miller with the rebound, as Delaney's going to push it for the Lynx. They need to slow things down a little bit, and that's what they do. Delaney resetting the offense. Althoff underneath, as Wells is going to run the baseline. Over to Knutson. That's going to be your backcourt. Is going to be Knutson and Delaney. Althoff double teamed right away, dribbles to the left end. Beautiful up and under with the right hand, though. From Althoff, he's got 4 points, the leading scorer this season for the Lynx.
You know, he's using the rim to potentially block any defenders from getting up there and blocking his shot. Great play near the basket.
As the Arrows are going to reset their offense, and rebounded by Olsen. Cross court to number 14, that's going to be Engstrom. Engstrom's going to dribble it out. They're going to find the point guard, number 4. That's going to be Rodon. As they're going to reset the offense again. Shot clock's at 20. Althoff over to Engstrom. Rodon, and that's going to be Althoff with the rebound. Lynx are going to push it with Knutson, the point guard, number 2 for the Lynx. They're going to reset the offense. I like that they're taking their time, Bob, and really slowing things down. Really taking kind of the Arrows out of their offense and defensive game. They want to play fast. Althoff, floaters no good, rebounded by number 14, Engstrom.
You know, like a lot of teams will try to speed up their opponents. The Lynx are trying to slow the game down a little bit.
Absolutely, as there's a connection for the Arrows, as Miller is going to bring the ball up for the Lynx. Wells got 2 threes in the ball game, so does Miller. Knutson, Delaney, Althoff with 4 points. He gets a double team right away. Delaney for 3. No good. Rebounded by Olson. They're going to push the ball up. He has a handful of rebounds. That's going to be Olson, number 20, for the Arrows. Rodon, he's going to swing it over to number 15. That's going to be Rabine. Rodon for 3. No good, but there is a rebound by number 20. That's going to be Olson. He's undersized, but he is fighting underneath for the Arrows. Looks like we have a timeout, a quick timeout by Coach Nelson. That's going to be his first timeout in this second quarter, and it looks like it's going to be a 30-second timeout, Bob.
Yep, they've used 2 out of their 2 timeouts in this first half here. So you know, I think he's wanting to make a little bit of a defensive adjustment here so that they can help on the offensive end, but also to help them combat the rotation that they're running on this end, because they are running people all the way into the baseline from corner to corner, and they're rotating the ball really quick around, a little bit faster right now than what the defense can get there. So I think you're going to see just a little bit of change in how they typically would run defense underneath here to kind of combat those quick passing deals that they're getting right now.
Yeah, they kind of do a weave, right? They want to set up a weave. It looks like so they're just crossing at the top of the key, and that's what's happening. So kind of taking that away and really trying to take away the inside drive, and that's what's happening with that zone. And I like the call. We'll see what the defensive adjustment right now is for the Lynx, as Zur, Knutson, along with number 22 for the Lynx, Carroll, seeing his first action of the game, Mahan, and it looks like Althoff on the court for the Lynx. Cross court pass, dangerous pass from Carroll. Mahan dribbles with the left hand. They're going to call a traveling on Mock Mahan. The turnover, Lynx up by 6.
Coach Nelson is trying to get a clarification on that travel, on how he deemed it was a travel by the official.
As Rodon's going to set up the offense, he's going to swing it over to Kranz. They go all the way across court, and that's going to be Rodon again. Rodon's really the focal point of their offense, the Arrows offense, and it looks like it's going to be a foul, though, on Knutson, a blocking foul. That's going to be his first foul. Knutson with 5 points in the ball game. And team foul right now for the Lynx. That's number 1. As Carroll's going to go to the bench, and it's going to be Zur, Mahan, Knutson, Delaney back into the ball game along with Althoff. Great defense by Delaney. Steals it and pushes it up the court. Delaney up and good.
A good sidestep to avoid the charge.
Delaney now with 6 points in the ball game. 34-26, Lynx up by 8, tying their biggest lead of the ball game. That's going to be Rodon. They're going to swing it all the way over to number 12 for the Arrows, and that's going to
Mitch Olson.
Yeah, there you go. Good job. I was looking for it on my call sheet, could not find it. Delaney, cross court, goes inside to Althoff. That is up and no good. Mahan's there for the rebound, but it goes off his hands. Arrows ball.
Into the pep band.
Into the pep band. As you can see on the right side of your screen, the Brandon Valley Lynx pep band, they are excellent.
If you could see right down below us is where the students sit, and it is absolutely jam-packed down there.
You'll see that on your left of your screen, as you can see the panning right now on your screen. If we pan a little bit more, see they don't have headsets on, so we can't really talk to the cameras, the students that are running the camera. But that is a 3, though, by Olson. Arrows are back in this one, 34-29, Lynx with the lead. Delaney setting up the offense. We're at 30 seconds, about a 5-second differential in the shot clock to the game clock. Mahan for 3, no good. Althoff there for the rebound. They can reset the offense in one shot. That's what the coaching staff's kind of whistling to get their attention from the sideline. Delaney's going to reset the offense with Zur to his left. Goes over to Knutson. Resetting the offense, Mahan. I think they want to go into Althoff. That's going to be Zur. Time's running out. There's a pass. Mahan is going to be out of bounds, though. Good defense by the Arrows.
Yeah, we've got 1 second to go. Watch for the long pass.
34-29, 5-point lead. As Delaney wants to play wide receiver, that he does. And that looked like it could have been almost good.
That was right on line, Ken. Right on line.
That will do it for our first half on this January 4th, 2024 Thursday evening game. The Arrows walking in with a 3-2 record from Watertown, taking on your Lynx 2-2. Lynx have the lead by 5, 34-29.
You know, that was two completely different quarters, Ken. The first quarter was all about offense. They made some adjustments between the quarters. That second quarter, the Lynx picked up the offense a little bit, but their defensive intensity kind of slowed down the Arrows just a little bit in that second quarter, and that's how we got our 5-point lead.
And I think the difference really was how they slowed everything down, right? So they were in the first quarter, they were playing a fast-paced game, which is the Arrows want you to do. It's obvious they want you to play fast, right? Because it plays right into their game. So
That's
it gets
right.
you kind of out of sort out of your offense, helps them defensively, and they want to push the ball all the time. Well, the Lynx started using the whole shot clock, right? Almost every offensive possession in the second quarter, and it really showed that they could do that. But defensively, jumping into that 2-3 zone made a huge difference. There was no penetration at all from the Arrows in the second quarter.
I totally agree. It also helps that right out of the gate, the Lynx hit three-pointers on consecutive trips down the court. That really kind of opened up the lead a little bit. And all of a sudden, when you're playing from in front versus trying to play from behind, it's a completely different mindset on the players on the court.
Very different mindset as seeing that ball go through the hoop makes a massive difference mentally for everybody on the court, right?
It
you
absolutely
see it go
does.
through, it's kind of contagious.
The energy that it gives your whole team, not just the person shooting, the whole team.
100%. So I'm looking at this table that we have right in front of us. So everybody can't see it, but somebody scratched in a name in here. So I don't know, it says Tim. I was thinking when I was gone on our last game, you guys were scratching in your names on the table.
Well, we got to reserve our spots, Ken.
I just had to throw that out there. I keep on looking at my call sheet and I see this name Tim on here, and
well, maybe they thought it was.
At me.
Maybe they thought it was Tim that was doing the play-by-play and not Ken.
Yeah. Tim, Ken sounds about the same, right?
Almost.
I mean, we're pretty close,
except for the spelling and the letters. But
right.
Other than that, they're right spot on.
Yeah. So, Lynx coming into this ball game, coming off a win at the Hoop City Classic against the Thunder Basin, Wyoming, 64-46, trying to build on that momentum, and so far they are doing that with a 5-point lead in this ball game in AA. As the Arrows come into this ball game, ranked number 7, the Lynx trying to catapult their way up to from the double digits in 10th place into those single digits. Really trying to do that this evening and try to build momentum as home court does that for you, and hopefully that happens tonight. Bob, talk to me about a little bit about your New Year's resolution. I had to throw it out there. I mean, we're close to January 1st, right?
You know, I don't do a lot of New Year's resolutions,
You
but
don't?
what I do is wish them for other folks.
Oh, that's nice.
I wish them for health,
Yeah.
prosperity, and time with their family
Yeah.
throughout the year. And if you can get all three of those things, everything else is going to come together just fine.
Yeah.
The reason I don't do New Year's resolutions is because I end up not eating what I'm supposed to, not exercising enough, spending too much money. So if I don't put them out there, I don't have to worry about breaking them. But I can wish all those other things for the folks that are around me.
That's awesome. That's really, really good. And everybody on January 1st uses that day as a reset, right? I mean, a lot of people do, and so hats off to them. If you can accomplish what you set out as your goal, hey, hats off to you. I have goals all year, but it's not really
I'm not going to get better looking. I'm probably not going to get a lot lighter than what I am now and have been for the last 20-some years. So, like I said, I wish you, Ken, and your family health, prosperity, and time that you get to spend together and make it quality time. It doesn't matter the amount, but what you do get, make it quality time.
Yeah.
Because you cannot get that back.
I agree 100%. And so this evening we are excited to bring you Lynx TV and Lynx basketball on Lynx TV. We may have had a little hiccup, but people are texting me and saying, hey, it is coming loud and clear, no hiccups on Alliance Channel 226 or Lynx TV YouTube. If you are watching wherever you're watching, like we've always said, Bob, we've said this a million times on football games, you may be watching in Antarctica. You probably can. I threw out Antarctica. Did you hear that?
You did. That's
pretty cold.
And that's probably going to be about as cold as it is here out because it's pretty cold outside there. What?
You think they have Wi-Fi?
Oh, absolutely.
You think so?
Absolutely.
Oh, absolutely. Bob
Because
said absolutely.
They got to communicate somehow.
So
and it's not necessarily just cell phones.
I went to Illinois for family Christmas, right? And we go through these rolling hills by the Mississippi River. Right, we went to Savannah, Illinois. Okay, right by the Mississippi. Okay, and our cell phones, mine in particular, I was driving, so I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't paying attention to my phone, right? But like my kids and whoever else is in the vehicle and. Had a little bit of cell phone issues, because we're in the rolling hills, right? So, So you're telling me in Antarctica by the I think there's mountains there or something?
Oh, I'm sure there are.
Okay. So you're telling me they have better service than by the Mississippi River by Savannah, Illinois?
I don't believe I said that, Ken.
You said they had Wi-Fi service.
They said they had service.
Oh, okay.
But I can tell you this: the place where they're congregating in the Antarctic, they have towers for communications.
So do you?
And I believe that they probably have some internet service there.
Do you think they're watching us? If you are,
I would never rule. I would never rule anything out. I wouldn't make a bet on the percentages of those folks watching us, but I would not rule it out.
Well. Welcome. I think Bob's going to give us some scores. We're going to get back to basketball instead of Antarctica.
First of all, tonight on the Brandon Valley girls team, they're taking on Watertown tonight up in Watertown, and they're leading at the end of one half, 30-17. In the boys' action, there's only a couple of games tonight. Sioux Falls, Washington is up on Aberdeen Central in Aberdeen, 34-27. And Sioux Falls Lincoln is up on Pier TF Riggs, 26-23 at the end of half. So there's just a few games going on tonight. Also in girls action, Spearfish over Hill City, 23-17. Aberdeen Central over Sioux Falls, Washington, 14-10 with under a minute to go in the first. So those are all the scores in AA tonight in both boys and girls basketball. So if you're at home, you're smart because you stayed in out of the cold, but this gym tonight has got a fair amount of people in it, Ken, to watch some basketball. Just coming off the Christmas break. So it's glad to see everybody here tonight, but we're also glad to see you at home and those of you that are listening to the game tonight, because Ken and I certainly enjoy, if you can't tell, we enjoy what we're doing. We like to have some fun along the way, but also we want to bring this entertainment value to you. So if you don't like what I'm adding to the game, please send text or Ken a text or a message and let him know that. But if you like him, you just be happy and smile. That's all I need to hear.
That's awesome, Bob. And those scores are brought to you by Bob Arnold Heating and Cooling. Hey, I had to say one sponsor, right?
That's right, exactly.
You're talking about heat. So under a minute, and the Lynx have not taken the court. They just did. So that was a long discussion in the locker room by Coach Nelson and his staff to the players. Really no warm-up. They are not warming up. They're not. It's going to be get to the bench, and we're going to play ball.
It is that they may have wanted to make sure that they're getting the longest break possible to make sure they're as fresh as possible coming into what is highly anticipated as being a very competitive second half to this game.
100%. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what kind of defense. I hope the Lynx stay true to their eating that shot clock up offensively, all right, using the whole thing, taking the Arrows out of their game off defensively, because they really take their defense and they throw it into offense, right? I'm talking about the Arrows in that fast game. They want to push, and really you kind of methodically wear them down a little bit, take them out of their game if you take a lot of time on offense. But defensively, sitting in that zone, it'll be interesting to see if the Lynx stay into that defensive zone. It looks like it's going to be, they're going to come out man-to-man, as I saw Delaney on Rodon, and he chased him. So that tells me that we are in man-to-man right now defensively. On the court for the Lynx is going to be Althoff, Delaney, along with Zur, Knutson, and Wells. That shot is no good by the Arrows as Zur grabs a rebound, and Knutson, coming to your left of your screen now, is going to reset the offense. They go into Althoff. He's double teamed, though. They're going to kick it all the way over to Knutson. Knutson for three, no good. Delaney, great rebound as he tipped it to himself over to Wells. Wells inside to Althoff. It is no good as he put a little power to that and does not hit rim. Inside to number 15, that's going to be Rabine, and the Arrows have their first 2 points of this second half. 34-31, Lynx on top of the Arrows.
You know, we definitely need to make sure we keep up our defensive intensity here. That time down the court, they didn't put a lot of pressure on the ball, and they got an easy shot.
As Delaney, he's going to drive into Althoff, up and under, just like he did in the second quarter. On the other side of the court, that one is good. Althoff now has 6 points. It's 36-31. Arrows resetting their offense as there's going to be a blocking foul underneath, and that's going to be Zur. Zur's going to pick up his second foul of the game. Team foul number 1, as they're going to call this a shooting foul. I did not see that, but I'm completely wrong on that one. As number 15, Rabine, is going to go to the line. The first one is good. Zur leads all scorers right now. So the beautiful thing about this game, right, is we don't have somebody scoring like 20 points right now. It's really a team effort right now, and your leading scorers, really, it's a couple players with 6 points. And that second one is up and good by Rabine. It's a 3-point ball game. Delaney breaks the press. He's guarded by number 10, Kranz. As they're going to reset the offense, looking for a pick from Althoff. Kind of a high-low game as they're going to go over to Wells in the corner. No good. That one's off. An errant shot by Wells. Arrows push it like they want to. And there's going to be a quick foul underneath. I believe that's going to be Wells. It's going to put number 5, Beauchamp, as he was going up for a layup. That's going to be Beauchamp, and that's going to put, he's going to go to the line. That's going to be Wells' first foul of the game. Miller's at the scoring table right now for the Lynx. My guess is he's going to come into the game for Wells, and he does. So on the court for the Lynx is going to be Knutson along with Wells, Delaney, Althoff, and Zur. First free throw is no good. Second one is good. 2-point ball game. Lynx resetting their offense.
Yeah, the Arrows have figured out a little something on how to attack what the Lynx are putting onto the defensive end of the court. And so it's we got a quick whistle, or actually a late whistle.
Quick whistle, I believe it's going to be on
Beauchamp, I think.
Beauchamp,
That might be number 3.
That will be his 3rd foul. He leads actually all scorers with 7 points in this ball game.
Wow, they only show him with 2. My mistake.
Your mistake. Jeez, Bob, you're scoring. You're scoring here.
I know.
Lynx inbound, Delaney over to Zur. Zur's got 2 threes in the second quarter, as the defensive pressure has stepped up for the Arrows. 2-point lead for your Lynx. Knutson, Zur looking in, and that up and under move is no good, as Radon is going to push the ball up for the Arrows. That 3 is good by the Arrows. They take the lead by 1. Miller, Althoff. Beautiful passing by the Lynx. Zur, no good. Lynx are settling for a bunch of threes. They got to get out of that offensive set. Radon is going to put it up, and he's going to be fouled, I believe, underneath. Arrows take the lead 37-36. 5:01 to go, third quarter. Mayen's going to come into the ball game for the Lynx. He's going to substitute in for Zur. Second foul on number 2 for the Lynx. And it looks like Knutson picked up that foul. So a host of Lynx coming into the ball game as first action of the game for the Lynx is, I believe it's going to be Irie.
Irie and Carroll checked into the game.
Irie, Carroll, Anderson, Miller, and Mayen into the ball game for the Lynx. As all 5 starters, except for, all 5 starters are on the bench right now, so the coaching staff trying to reset it a little bit.
What a good defensive rotation by the Lynx there. Forced an errant pass and got a turnover.
As Miller's going to be your new point guard. He's got 2 threes in the ball game also for the Lynx. They're going to reset it with 25 seconds to go, and kind of an errant dribble. They're going to swing it over to Irie. Irie's going to put up a shot, a 3.
Ooh, we got an offensive foul.
I believe it's going to be on Anderson.
Anderson, yep, number 32.
That's going to be his second foul of the ball game. As the Lynx have really been settling, they've kind of said, okay, we're going to shoot a bunch of threes in this third quarter. We're not going to put a focal point underneath. They need to get back to what the Lynx are really good at, and going underneath and driving. As that's going to be Radon. Radon puts it up, no good. Anderson there for the rebound. We'll see, it is off of number 24.
Peyton Bisker.
Peyton Bisker for the Arrows. Like I said, on the court for the Lynx is going to be Irie's his first action of this ball game, along with Miller, Anderson, also into the ball game, Carroll and Mayen for the Lynx. They break the press. Irie's going to go across the timeline. Miller's going to reset the offense. Your point guard dribbles with the left hand up, no good. Lynx aren't using that shot clock really well also. They're not burning that down a little bit, as there's a 3 ball from the Arrows. Rebounded and blocked by Irie. With the rebound, contributing right away off the bench for the Lynx, as Carroll's going to reset the offense for the Lynx over to Miller. 25 seconds on the shot clock. Miller's going to drive. Swings it over to Irie. And kind of an errant pass. It's going to be off of number 24, Brisker. Shot clock's at 22 seconds, 3:28 to go. Third quarter, still a 1-point ball game. Arrows over the Lynx.
I don't think the Watertown coach was too fond of that blocked shot down at the other end. He thought there was a foul. That didn't get called.
Mayen, left-hander, is good. Beautiful shot by him. A rebound, though, by number 10, Crayons, as they're going to push the ball up. That's going to be the Arrows. back into their game. They want a high tempo. Number 10's Krantz for 3, no good. As there's going to be a big rebound by Carroll. Carroll's going to push the ball up, and he crosses the timeline. As you can see, full court pressure all the time from the Arrows. There's a quick offensive foul.
Nope, it was on number 15, Marcus Rabine.
Okay.
His first of the game.
His first of the game. He's got 7 points, I believe, to lead all scores in this ball game.
Now, I'm obligated to make this next statement, and based on Mr. Mann's last trip down the court, those backboards are very expensive. It's a shame not to use them more.
Yeah, that's a good one. As Miller's going to drive, he swings it over to Irie. Irie no good, 0 for 2 from 3 right now. In this third quarter is going to be Irie. As they're going to swing the ball all the way up to number 14, that's going to be Engstrom. And that point is good, as number 14, Engstrom for the Arrows, he's got 9 points in the ball game. Man, we're going to get a timeout. That's a good timeout by Coach Nelson. Kind of off sync a little bit. The Lynx offense is, so they're settling for what the defense is not giving them, right? I know that sounds weird, but the defense is not giving them the 3-ball either. You got to penetrate, right? Penetration creates the offense, right? It's going to create kickouts. It's going to create the defense to sink in. That's where everything's going to, even those 16-foot jumpers are going to come into play. Right now, you are not hitting from the outside. Don't keep on shooting them. Find something that's going to work offensively.
And do you know how you solve the offensive struggles that the 5 that was on the court right before the timeout? You bring all 5 starters back in on the timeout. All 5 starters are coming back in for the Lynx.
Okay,
I think the coach sat them down as a message for their effort and what they were doing on the court. I think they're probably going to get the message, and they're going to come out fired up here a little bit in the last couple of minutes of the third period here.
I agree, as all 5 starters are going to come into the ball game. That's going to be Knutson, Wells, Delaney, Zur, and Althoff for your Lynx. It is a 3-point lead by the Arrows, 39-36. Interesting to see what type of offense the Lynx dive into here with 23 seconds to go on the shot clock. Delaney is going to pick up a screen from Zur. They're going to swing it all the way over to Wells. Wells over to Knutson. Great defensive play by Rondon. He picks it off. It's up and good. Lynx down by 5.
Yeah, you got to take precious or make precious every transaction that you get with the basketball. You can't afford to give up too many extra possessions to the defense.
Yeah, it looks like offensively they're methodically just passing the ball around. A lot of stopping your dribble, kind of penetrating a little bit and trying to find somebody. Everybody's pushed out. I think they need to really go into Althoff here. Althoff from the baseline, that is no good. Rebound by number 20, Olsen, and the Arrows are going to push the ball up. 1:30 to go, third quarter. Go ahead, Bob.
You know, it's almost like nobody wants to shoot it, so they're making the extra pass, which is unselfish, but Delaney had a wide open layup, but he chose to pass it out for a further shot. Let's get a little more selfish and take some of those balls to the hole.
Now you see the Arrows kind of taking their time. Shot clock's down to 8. Shot is up and no good. Althoff there for the rebound. Delaney pushing it with 1 minute to go in the third quarter. Knutson for 3. That is no good. As number 14 with the rebound, that's going to be Engstrom. He's got 9 points in the ball game. As there's going to be a foul.
I think on Delaney.
On Delaney.
Should be his first.
That is his first. He's got 6 points in the ball game. Number 14, Engstrom, leads all scorers with 9 points. He's going to go to the line to try to connect on his 10th and 11th point of the ball game. First one's no good. 50 seconds to go. Third quarter. It's been all arrows in this third quarter. Let's see if the Lynx can capitalize on 2 missed free throws there by Engstrom. Separates the shot clock to the play clock. That's going to be about 15 seconds. As Delaney's going to set the offense. Take your time. Try to find points here. You want to end this third quarter on a positive note. And there's a turnover by the Lynx as Olsen's going to drive it up the court. And I believe they want to hold it for one shot. That's going to be Ray Don, the point guard. He's guarded by Delaney. They're going to reset the offense with 10 seconds to go, third quarter. They go to Olsen. Ray Don, 2 seconds. Beautiful bounce pass to number 15, Rabine, and he's got 9 points in this ball game. Lynx down now by 7, and that's the end of the third quarter.
The crispness of the passes just went away for some reason. It doesn't look like that they're really in any type of a flow. They're just kind of running some stuff around the edges. They're making lackadaisical passes. If we can shore that up, this game is very winnable, Ken.
Very winnable. You have to take that third quarter and shove it to the side. That didn't just happen. You have to start 0-0 here and play your offense, right?
You do, absolutely.
We're making one pass and it's a shot. One pass and it's a shot. No penetration offensively. Defensively, the arrows are kind of, so it's really a mindset, right? That things aren't going well offensively. How do you catapult your offense is play really good defense, right? Yeah. Extra possessions, turnovers, layups, whatever it is. See the ball go through the hoop. That's going to change a little bit of your offense, right? And into a positivity.
Absolutely is. I'm not sure what happened coming out of the halftime there, but they got a quarter to make up the 7-point difference. It's going to start on the defensive end, but it just doesn't appear that anybody's looking for the shot. They're making some passes. They're making the extra passes, but they could be making layups.
Starting 5 on the court for the Lynx to start this fourth quarter. That's going to be Delaney Knutson along with Zur Althoff. They go right into Althoff. That left-hander is good. And Wells on the court for the Lynx. It's now a 5-point game. I think the Lynx are going to stay to man. Miller's coming into the ball game as he checks into the scorer's table. That's going to be Radon. He's guarded by Delaney. They're going to swing it all the way over to their leading scorer, Ravens. Now Kranz. They're going to reset their offense, and they're going to push it all the way out to number 10. That's going to be Kranz for 3, and that one's good.
Boy, he was a ways out there. There's not much you can do about that. They're going to make some of those. We just got to come down and have another good offensive set down here and get some points.
46-38 as Althoff are looking underneath. They're going over the way to Wells. Knutson. Now Delaney. Delaney's got to be prevalent on offense and penetrate. He's a good penetrator. He needs to do that. And he's going to drive, kick it out to Zur. Timeout, 30-second timeout by Coach Nelson. Do you want to go over to the Lynx TV sponsors, Bob?
Absolutely. Lynx All-American sponsors are Alliance Communications, Aspen Ridge, Coca-Cola Bottling and Chesterman Company, Midco Communications, Sanford Health, and Sioux Valley Energy. Our MVP sponsors are First Dakota National Bank, Rogers Plumbing and Heating, Sanford Health in Brandon, Sanford Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. And our champion sponsors are Alliance Communications, American Family Insurance Josh Koob Agency, Brandon Ace Hardware, Brandon Lumber Company, Heartland Funeral Home, Horizon Pet Care, Quick Star, Sunshine Foods, and Today's Family Dentistry. Please, folks, if you're out there, you live in the Brandon area, go out and support our sponsors because they're supporting us and allowing us to bring this event for you.
100%. And when was the last time? I know it's been a long time. I can't remember that the Lynx did not score a point in a quarter. that was on the third quarter, Bob?
Yeah, I do not know.
Yeah. So Lynx need to throw away that third quarter.
Yeah.
And they need to reset their offense. They need to play really good defense. Defense, I'm telling you folks, defense is going to create the offense. They need to play great defense. Miller now into the ball game along with Zur, Knutson, Delaney, and Althoff. Errant shot, and that's kind of the way the two quarters have been here so far for the Lynx, as it's a shot clock violation. It's been a long time since I've seen that too.
You know, we're saying about the inefficiencies of the Lynx offense, but we got to give a little credit to the defense that the Arrows are playing, because they're playing their game right now and getting the Lynx to be out of their normal flow on offense.
And it's really movement too. Offensively, you got to move the ball, right? And that's all about movement, picks and stuff like that, screens, as the Arrows are doing a really good job kind of maneuvering the ball all the way across the court constantly at the three-point line, as number 5, Beauchamp, misses that shot, but a big rebound as the Arrows keep the ball down there. Left-handed shot, no good. There's Delaney with the rebound. This is where you need to capitalize. Pushes into Zur. Zur up, and it is no good, but he's going to go to the free throw line, I believe, to try to make this a 6-point game.
Is it number 12?
Number 12.
Mitch Olson?
Mitch Olson for the Arrows picks up his first foul.
Yep, it's going to be his first.
Zur is going to go to the free throw line. First one is good. That's going to be his 7th point of the game, as he's almost at his average. Aiden Zur averages 8.5 points per game. As the Lynx are looking at substitutions right now, as Knutson and Mayen are set to check in from the scorers table. You can see on the right-hand side of your screen. Now Knutson goes back to the bench. Mayen's going to come into the game for Zur, and Zur connects on his second free throw. It's a 6-point game. Zur's got 8 points. Onto the court for the Lynx, like I said, is Mayen along with Wells. Full court pressure. Delaney, Althoff, and Miller. Arrows break that press. Under 5:45 to go in this ball game. Errant pass, good defense by Mayen, and turnover on the Arrows. Lynx ball.
You know, he got his hand into the passing lane, which cut off the lane for that guy cutting to the basket, and it made him throw it out of bounds. All we got to get, like I said, just keep getting good possessions up and down the court, play good defense, and good things start to happen.
Knutson back into the game, your starting point guard for the Lynx, along with Althoff, Miller, Mayen, and Wells. Miller for 3. No good. Mayen there for the rebound, doesn't grab it. That's number 15, Rabens. He's been all over the court for the Arrows. Great defense, though, as Mayen was right there to intercept the ball. And the crowd wants a foul on the Arrows. It looked like Mayen was being held as he was trying to intercept that ball. It was a foul, though, on Mayen. 5:15 to go. 3 ball from number 10. We've seen a couple of those teardroppers from Kranz. He's got 12 in the ball game. It's now a 9-point lead, the biggest lead for the Arrows. Mayen over to Knutson. Underneath to Althoff. Althoff's there, and it looked like he was fouled also. They don't call it, but that 2 is good for Althoff. He's in double figures with 10 points.
Yeah, that was a good set of passing, and they got Althoff underneath unattended.
As Kranz hit 2 threes in this ball game so far for the Arrows. They're going to reset their offense. That's going to be Ingstrom. Now it's going to be Rodon. Drives high off the glass, as he had to do that as Mayen was there to block it. That 2 is good. Knutson resetting the offense for the Lynx. We're almost at 4 minutes to go in this ball game. As Althoff double teamed, kicks it out to Wells. Now Knutson. Teardropper is no good, as number 5, Sarah Beauchamp, to rebound the ball, as the Arrows put it up, and it's no good by Rodon. Mayans there for the rebound. Miller resets the offense for the Lynx. Need to find some offense right now in a hurry.
Take it.
Althoff. He's there. Dropper is good. And now Althoff with the last 4 points of the ball game for the Lynx offense. He's got 12. It's now a 7-point game. Timeout, Arrows.
Yeah, the defender underneath the basket wanted to try to draw an offensive foul and kind of did a pretty good acting job there. The officials weren't buying it, though.
I agree, and this is going to be a full timeout for the Arrows. And really offensively, I mean, those deep threes from Crayons, you can't defend, right? That's they're a ways out there, and he's hitting them. So that's 6 points in the ball game. And so you take away those 2 threes, we're at a 1-point game. Lynx really need to focal point Althoff. They're going to double team, okay? That's what they're probably talking about, the Arrows coaching staff right now, is we got to stop the inside game. And the Lynx are kind of cold from outside, right? I shouldn't say kind of cold, they're cold.
Yeah.
Okay? And so right now, forcing everything outside is going to be the key for the Arrows. How do the Lynx capitalize on that? Cutters, okay? Althoff's doubled. That guy that's coming free off of that defense, that double team defender, you got to cut to the hoop. Althoff will find you, right? We know he can pass. That will stop that double team from coming too.
And it will. And they're settling for stuff around the arc on passes from Althoff. They need to send one of those 3 cutting to the basket. That may free up the others.
Big defensive play by Knutson off the inbound play. That one is good. The Lynx crowd comes alive.
And the Watertown crowd thought that it should have been a goaltending from Mahan.
There's a quick foul by Mahan. Mahan does not like it, as Mahan's going to pick up his 2nd foul of the ball game. Arrows are going to keep the ball there, and they have 35 seconds on the shot clock, 3:09 to go. Great defensive play by Knutson on that inbound play. And Radon's going to inbound. He does. They're going to reset the offense, I think, with him. No, that's going to pull it out by Crayons. Now they reset it with Olson. 25 seconds to go on the shot clock. Under 3 minutes to go in this ball game. Lynx down by 5. Quick 30-second timeout by the Arrows. Their timeouts remaining right now for the Arrows is going to be 3. Lynx timeouts, they have 1.
Yeah, the Arrows called timeout there because they were about to get a 5-second call, and they would have had a turnover. So he used one of his 4 timeouts to avoid that and save the turnover.
Yeah, so Lynx really offensively, I mean, beautiful defense creates offense. We talked about it this whole second half, right? Knutson catapulted that. They got to continue to do that. They, you know, Mahan's defense, okay, he's picked up a couple fouls, but he has been aggressively picking up those fouls. You don't want him just sitting back, right? Yeah. I'll pick up an aggressive foul any day.
Yeah, because that means the effort is there.
Right.
You're trying to make a play.
Right. Arrows with the ball. They inbound it. 2:50 to go. Ball game. 15 seconds on the shot clock. Defensive pressures really stepped up as a beautiful cut, though, and they're going to call a blocking foul on Knutson. That's going to be Knutson's 3rd foul. It's going to put number 14 to the line. That's going to be Engstrom for the Arrows.
Yeah, he was just a little too far underneath the basket on that one, Ken, to get the charge.
Well, in the NBA and college basketball, remember there's that little half circle
cylinder, yep.
cylinder. In high school, there's not that.
Nope.
So you can call a charge at any time, right? So I'm not going to say I agreed with the call. We'll just put it that way. Delaney. Mahan. Jump step. Errant pass by Mahan. Wells is about to come into the ball game. I believe he's going to come in for Mahan. As Knutson, Zur, Althoff, Mahan, and Delaney are in the court right now for your Lynx. It's still a 6-point ball game, anybody's game right now. Almost 2 minutes to go. Great defense by the Lynx. They force the pressure. 9 seconds. 8. That one's good. That three is good by number 20, Olson. He's got 9 points in the ball game. It's now back to a 9-point lead for the Arrows. Zur going into Althoff. Beautiful pass to Mahan. Left-hander is good.
You get it underneath the basket. You get a cut. Good things happen.
Yep, absolutely. They could have been doing that a lot. It's just being aggressive offensively and moving to where the open spot is off the double team. Raydon going to be fouled by number 2, Knutson. That's going to be his 4th foul of the ball game. 35 seconds to go on the shot clock, 1:34 on the game clock. Wells comes in for Mahan.
And it's a 4th team foul on the quarter for the Lynx. The next one, next foul, Watertown will be shooting free throws.
As Watertown's inbounding, they're going to try to use the shot clock. There's going to be a quick foul by Wells, I believe. We'll see who they call it on.
That is, I think that's on Knutson.
That is on Knutson. He's going to foul out of the ball game. He's got 5. Now Miller, I believe, is going to come into the ball game for him. As Knutson leaves the ball game with 7 points in the game. Miller's back into the game along with Wells, Althoff, Zur, and Delaney.
And the Arrows will be shooting 2 free throws the rest of the way.
As number 20, that's going to be Olson. He connects on his 10th point of the ball game. It's now a 8-point game. That's a good point, Bob. They will be shooting free throws the rest of the way in this ball game. Second one's good. It's a 9-point lead. As Olson's going to go to the bench. He's got 11 points. Lynx trying to take their time as Delaney's going to let that ball roll. They need to find some offense and some offense quick. Althoff, Zur for 3. That one's good. That's the first points of this second half for Zur. And the Arrows are having a tough time breaking that press. They finally do. And they go right underneath to number 5, Beauchamp. That one's good. It's an 8-point game. Now the Lynx are really pressured into some offense as that errant pass from Delaney to Wells goes out of bounds. It's going to be Arrows ball.
Yeah, the defensive pressure is really making the Lynx rattle at this point. It looks like we've got a timeout on the court.
Timeout. I believe it's going to be the Lynx timeout. Is that going to be their final timeout, Bob?
Well, if it's
No,
on the Lynx,
it's going to be Arrows timeout.
here we go.
They're going to probably try to set up their offense and try to kind of drain the clock. They know they're going to be fouled here probably quick, as it's a 59-51 ball game. Really, you've seen the Arrows really take advantage of this second half in making sure the Lynx focal point is not underneath.
It is, and they sped up the game, and they used defensive pressure to get their offense going, and their offense was making some excellent smooth offensive flows to get some easy buckets.
So that's a full timeout by the Arrows. In the game, Knutson did foul out the starting point guard, number 2 for the Lynx. So I believe it's going to be Miller, along with, it looks like Althoff's out of the game. So we're going to get some quickness and some guys that can really fire the three, right? Because that's what you're going to need right here. Mayans into the ball game for Althoff, along with Delaney, Wells, Zur, and Miller. Defensive pressure, and the Lynx need to cause some turnovers here. Inbound the ball. That's going to be the Arrows. They're trapped in the corner. That's what you want. They are going to cross the timeline, though. Could have been a carry, but that's going to be a foul on Zur. His 3rd foul of the ball game. 49 seconds to go. As number 14, Engstrom, is going to go to the line for the Arrows.
Yep, they got to get some. They got to get the ball up in the court, and they got to get some threes off here if they're going to close up this game. But this is where the importance of free throws play on a game. When they're forced to make them, the Arrows are making them down the stretch here.
Engstrom's 11th point. It makes it a 9-point lead for the Arrows, and he connects on his second one. The biggest lead for the Arrows now at double digits, 61-51, 10 points. Delaney quick makes it an 8-point lead for the Arrows. Full court pressure's got to come quick. Lynx have 1 timeout remaining. Arrows have 2. Mann with the steal. And
was he out of bounds?
He must have been out of bounds. They're going to call it on the baseline. He was out of bounds, so 32 seconds. Shot clock is off for the Arrows. Stoppage of play. As there is no monitor down there. They can't look at the replay, right, Bob?
Nope.
We can show them our monitor. We could probably replay it. I don't know if they could see it from up here. Full court pressure from the Lynx. Arrows break it. There's going to be a quick foul by Zur. As number 10, Crayons is going to go to the line. Zur's got 4 fouls in the ball game. It's an 8-point lead for the Arrows. First one is good. Crayons now has 13 points in the ball game to lead all scores. He hit 2 big threes in the 3rd and 4th quarter, as he makes it a 10-point lead for the Arrows. Delaney up, good.
Did you notice how he used the backboard there, Ken?
Yeah, and penetration. As 10 seconds to go in this one. And there's a foul by Miller. Miller's first. It's going to put number 15, Rabins, to the line. Well, the Watertown fans that traveled how far is Watertown, 2.5 hours?
Probably an hour and a half.
Hour and a half, really?
Yeah. How far is Brookings?
About 45 minutes an hour.
Yep. So it's about another half hour to 40 minutes above that.
Okay. Well, they made the trip down the interstate, and it looks like they are going to pick up the win. As your final score this evening is the Watertown Arrows move to 4-2 on the season with a win over your Lynx that are going to move to 2-3. Arrows win 64-55. What a ball game we had. It was a tale of really 2 halves, and the Lynx kind of came out flat in the second half. that third quarter really put them behind.
It did. It kind of took a lot of wind out of their sails, took them out of what they would like to do, and made them think that they needed to shoot 3-pointers, and they just weren't making them.
Yeah, and it really, they force everything outside of the arc, and that's where the Lynx kind of went cold. They were kind of hot in the first half from three land, and went cold in the third quarter and the fourth quarter. So we want to thank you for tuning in to Lynx TV. If you were watching us on channel 226 on Alliance Communications on cable television, or Lynx TV on YouTube, we want to thank you. As the Lynx dropped to 2-3 on the season with this home loss to the Arrows, 64-55. Bob and I will be back calling a live game here against Spearfish, the doubleheader, the boys and girls, on next Friday, a week from tomorrow, on January 12th. And Bob, do you have some scores for us real quick before we leave the air?
Yep, the Brandon Valley girls are up in Watertown, and at the end of 3 periods of play, they're up 41-29, so that's looking good with a quarter to play. And then the Washington is over Aberdeen Central, 42-29 up in over at Washington. And Spearfish is a final beat Hill City, 43-32. On the boys' side, we have Pier up, actually beat Lincoln, 52-46 out in Pier. And Sioux Falls, Washington beat Aberdeen up in Aberdeen, 72-66. That's all the scores there are for tonight, Ken.
And the state of South Dakota. So Bob bringing you the scores, and that will do it. For Bob Arnold, my name is Ken McEwen. It's been a pleasure. We will see you back on Lynx TV tomorrow night for the girls game, and back to boys basketball game on January 12th on a Friday doubleheader. Everybody have a great weekend.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.